I did.
Test, 1, 2, 3. Test, 1, 2, 3.
all of us get together, we'll make a serpentine around the fence to pick up our rain buckets.
Rather than trying to come up with a
Yeah, we could.
I'm in. That just is really hard, like just happens to me.
You know, I didn't.
Hey, Grant, good. How are you? No F-bombs. I'm recording for this meeting.
Guaranteed.
You're on a construction site. Okay. Started recording. Okay. Officially. You look recording.
Stay in the shade.
Very clean.
Dermatologist.
I'll
Did you
stand
shave a
there
mustache
too.
recently or something?
Yeah, I had a mustache for about 6 months. I figured out.
Got it.
Go. That was.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I guess between my way and.
Fake. Lindsay, Aaron went around. It's an exercise, right? Yeah, it's an exercise.
I just felt like I was giving more
Or give them a call if you don't see it.
to the numbers and making them work than I was
Yeah.
to what we were
I see what
actually
you're saying.
looking at.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, we really had them all as 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Right, right.
I don't think anybody had a 25 on anything. You know, so it was really just drank them 1, 2, 3. Many of them.
Right.
Dan Kibbe.
Yeah.
Good, buddy. It's not 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm early.
5 minutes early.
That's what happens when you're a boss for a long time. You can't come in whenever you want. Because you work all the time normally. But no, yesterday was keep bloody nose.
This morning, and there was one. Who was
Yeah, we stopped. My wife always, yeah.
We don't own it.
Yeah, I can take that.
Right.
I mean,
Right.
we usually get these. So it's sitting there. 5 and 5.
Is that gonna start on the next?
Yeah. Yeah, why? It's just like all the.
The highway now?
But yeah, they don't.
Next stop. Okay, so really that should move up then next year.
Oh, yeah.
Just be careful, take care of each other.
Oh, yeah.
I also, yeah.
Let's. I was 6 in front of.
Nice little workout.
Hello.
An all black space truck out there,
Oh, when it, yes,
not like
the Tesla. Oh, an all black one.
Yeah.
I am officially recording.
Oh.
I am.
Thank you.
For not.
We're gonna add value. Redevelop. Redevelop hiring.
Right, yeah. Yep, no, that's.
He actually thought. So I know.
Right.
Where are you? They're having like an university game. I don't. It's good to do around. Then we're all behind race. Now. Hoarding or hurting?
Recording or both.
Because they're.
Because you are,
We are a meeting.
yes.
Where does that go?
I am a co-host of the one meeting from
Is this recording or broadcasting?
recording.
Just like they
Is this
record
going
the
out on
office.
YouTube right now, like a work session?
Yes. We are part of a work session.
Yeah, huh?
That's
Cameras
very different.
everywhere.
We're live, sorry, we are live streaming.
Live streaming, there you go.
Yes, just like a regular work session, but that's technically part of, yes, that's why I want to give everyone a heads up.
Yep.
That's a lead pack.
So.
And then in addition to that, we have different.
Since we are in work session, this is live streaming. So you guys know.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
All right.
Everybody, heads up.
This side?
Because we're technically in work session right now, this is live streaming. Just the audio,
great.
but just so you guys know.
Great.
Yeah.
We're missing Andy.
We are missing Andy. That's. Andy Hill.
Elizabeth.
Yes.
Did you, did you do?
Yeah.
How'd that go?
Yeah, we did. First place in the race. It looks.
Oh, yeah. A long pull. Yeah, right. No, I think.
Forgot my sunscreen.
Yeah, I guess. I didn't go down there because it's. No, it's not too much.
Okay.
Gator coming through.
We went and ran 10 miles. It's battling over on the Eagle. Hopefully.
Got my sunscreen.
Complications that come with
$50 million to go back.
Oh, go through the 16.
Hindsight, you know, that you can't, so that's what I have to do. Stand like kids fun. The problems they run into problems, but ready. So when I have to really know how to get and then we were looking at this.
I really knew that. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Sometimes I get frustrated. Try to catch Are we on?
Huh? I guess so. I am live streaming this for one meeting since we this is officially work session. But yeah, I think we are all here for the tour.
Oh, it's like a work session.
It is part of the work session officially on the agenda, so it is. We are
Work
documenting.
session.
That is a fun work. Beautiful day too. I forgot my sunscreen though. Spiders coming through.
It's so hard. Are you okay? He's just like, started thinking it's like, so I'm like, let's talk again.
No, we got to argue after a few minutes. He drove home. Came back to the morning. We bought a bridge. Three people. Right at the end. The last round. You're the semi. There's that one last move with the finals. You guys paid.
Get out of here.
Cheers, Andy. Who are we? Hey, Elizabeth. Hello.
Yeah.
We're about ready to go. I think we're just waiting on Andy here. Andy, you're always nice. It's all good. Just so you know, because this is part of work session, we are live streaming. All right, giving everybody a heads up. Heads up. Heads up. Hey, Andy.
Best guy.
All right.
Oh.
Because we're part of an official work session, this is live streaming.
Okay. It's like my partner. All right. His partner made
All
up.
right.
Sick. Mayor, you've got everybody. Oh, okay. Hi, everybody. Thanks for coming. So we're here to look at Slopeside Hall. And who's gonna lead us through it?
I will happily start, just looking at everybody's shoes. Thank you so much. We'll go in our construction fence, you know, on this west side of the project. We have hard hats. Nobody's working right now, so it's gonna be nice and quiet. We don't need any mailers and stuff going off while we're trying to have a good solid conversation. You know, when we get into the facility, I absolutely think to get everybody's headspace in the right spot, that Aaron and, you know, Lindsay and the rec team can speak to the direct use of the facility. Because having that story being told will really set the stage for us walking through. So with that,
Can I dovetail off that?
go ahead.
Can staff introduce themselves real quick? Yeah, John Anacito, the operation manager here.
I'm Graham McKay, the restaurant of the events manager.
I'm Hillary Swayoka, environmental programs. Lindsay Joyce, director of recreation.
Aaron Socks, general manager at the Adventure Park.
Nico Cruz, sustainable materials specialist.
Anna Jones, deputy town clerk.
Let's hit the whole circle, everybody. Sorry.
Elizabeth Scripsack Adrian, town council.
Andy L, town council. Tom Fisher, town manager. Martin Allen, town council. Denver Aronson, town council. And Katie, town council.
Vanessa H. Communications. Lisa Malenko, town council. Jessica Askew, communications.
And rounding it out here is Addison Canino, capital projects senior manager for the town.
Thanks, everybody. It's just good to know who we're talking to, so thank you for everyone's time.
Will follow me, everybody.
Okay, let's do it. Yeah.
That's your helmet on, man. It's good. Keep safe. Keep safe.
Always the camp counselor.
Grant.
Always.
You know what's funny about safety? What's that? Absolutely. Oh, that's pretty good. That's no joke. Safety is no joke.
Who's the safety officer here? Everybody.
Previous one, that's a All right, the one thing that I just want everybody to keep in mind is just trying to watch your footing and stuff like that. Especially when we get into the flex spaces and stuff, there is floor outlets and stuff, and this is supposed to be fun. We don't need to hurt ourselves. It's not worth it. So let's just be careful, mind your step, and I'll kind of just block everybody.
Yeah.
And you know, maybe like or.
Absolutely. Here's our new stage.
Yeah.
And, you know, that's great for everyday use. And then also, this is a critical piece for making this a cohesive rentable space. You know, how all of this interacts together once all is said and done. We're gonna have our big plaza right here. And then on this other side of the stage is where the landscaping starts up again. So all that's gonna get reseeded, taken care of, but this entire maps area is just gonna be our nice plaza again. So nice, really welcoming. Our landscape islands are gonna be restored. It'll create create a real nice sense of welcoming when everybody's coming in. Just a real big focal draw to the area. We're gonna be redoing the intersection with new lighting, and the new lighting is gonna be the same lights that we see on Main Street. Again, that's kind of our spec, that's what we're known for, so we're just keeping that look going. We will have some speakers out here, just to keep a nice ambiance for all the visitors and customers out here. So let's continue on.
Addison, is this gonna be heated or block or concrete or just concrete heated? I mean. We don't.
You know all about that.
Yeah, so kind of circles out in the front and connect the patio here too. And then you're. Yeah.
Right. Oh, yeah, he was, yeah.
I was like, I think I'm really one. I was like,
So Emily and Isabella. Both of them, over in the climbing rocks right now.
oh, that's great. There you go.
Thank you.
Climbing rocks were the inspiration behind it.
Will say that. Oh, nice, that's good. So this is our nice entryway here. We will have a desk coming out, so any visitors that come on in, they'll be greeted by a member of staff. We have offices behind you, but I think one of the main aspects of the facility, and this is, we'll all file in there, but that's when I'll hand it over to the rec staff to really do a deep dive. But you can see already, and I'm biased just because it's my project. Thank you for the town for letting me do it. But this is just such a vast improvement, not only for staff, but for guests and the community. This is just filling a very big need. And again, I think that's a good intro as we file into our flex space rooms.
It's flexible. Pretty low.
So yeah, I'm happy to start piggyback off of what Addison was saying. In our flex space here, so we have the ability to break this down into 3 spaces. You'll see there's room to partition this here. On the next one, the largest room being the farthest. And when it comes to the childcare perspective, this will be the hub for all our childcare activities, whether that be our Frisco Fun Club. Even right now, you might have seen the kids that are out behind the daylight. That's part of some of the sports camps that have skate camp, bike camp, adventure camp. And to create, especially during summertime, a place where even the staff working with grants, the programs, division, and events will have some offices where they can be close by. Right now, we've got kids at the Nordic Center over here, kind of all over the place. So to truly have a hub where parents can drop off. One child is in adventure camp, and one child is going to the Frisco Fun Club. And then, in addition, during the school year, this can house all of our no school day programs, which would be anything during the holiday breaks. In addition to future programming for, we really haven't tapped into any sort of preschool activities or enrichment, or as Lindsay and I like to say, OG Parks and Rec, where you could be using this space in the evenings for other programming as well. So a lot of youth-based stuff will be taking place here. For our winter use as well, the goal will be, we get a lot of field trips at tubing. We have a number of events taking place at the Nordic Center where registration, if any of you have participated, is a little chaotic at times because we're always so short on space over there. So the Gold Rush would be a great example where we can have one of these spaces for check-in and bid pickup. And so using it for some of our already events that are taking place in addition to new space for future events as well. But yeah, this is going to be versatile for a number of things. One of the things we're looking forward to from the tubing winter standpoint as well would be bringing back kind of birthday parties, where we can actually rent out a space in a package table. Families actually pay to come in, it's a one-stop shop. They bring the cake for their kids, they have a place to put their belongings that isn't in the shared tourist space with all the other people and the commotion that's happening currently in the Day Lodge. And then for a lot of the field trips that we have a number that come from the Front Range, Salida, that bring 100-some kids, and we somehow have been able to, when the weather's nice, figure out how this works with the general public, but this way we have a safer space too for kids to be able to rent this out during a particular day and still have our regular guests who are having perhaps different tubing times. One of the things we're also looking at to have more community involvement in this space is, I don't want to say just a corporate package, but we're looking at, we've had a lot of requests with our Day Lodge rentals for, let's say, US Bank wants to have a staff retreat and they can go Nordic Sea for 2 hours and have a space where they can have a screen and do a luncheon. So this will be used for that type of space as well, where we can now generate some more revenue in the community, providing, you know, something that's not a banquet hall. Maybe they have 30 people or something that's smaller, or maybe they're using the whole space here. So I think there's a number of, there's a lot of potential in this space for what we can add to that. We've got a lot of ideas from the rec department and the adventure park team as well as to what we are hoping to program and use this space in the future too. So I don't know, you guys want to add anything to that? But that's kind of our general idea of what we're going to be doing.
No, I think you nailed everything, and I think as you guys know, with the renovation happening in the Day Lodge, the kitchen and the elevator, again, like Aaron said, we have camp over there right now, and for the past, 12 years since I've been here, we've been running some programs out of there, but that will then, like she said, free up that space over the summer. So folks that want to come in and hold an HOA meeting or a team banquet or a retreat, wedding, we have phone calls all the time of folks that want to come in here and host groups, and so just having this additional space, so freeing up the Day Lodge as well is going to be another big summer opportunity to have with the kids, like this being the hub, like Aaron said. We're kind of moving some logistical pieces around how we're going to be able to accommodate all kinds of, community events, nonprofits. The other thing too is skiing, is we have so many kids over here in the winter at the Nordic Center. If anybody's been here in the afternoon, between Little Vikings, Team Summit, Summit Middle School, Summit High School, we need the additional restroom space that we have out here and just a place for kids to put their stuff, because we are in such high demand for kids programs who just don't have a place for all of their things.
I was going to add to that's a great point. Yeah, for after school programs right now, the Zeke Shredder programs we just started last year for the first time, where kids can actually participate in a downhill ski program. And then the Little Vikings with the Nordic Center. Oh yeah, once again, these kids come over and we're still tubing till 6 p.m. and we have a couple tables for them to put their belongings, so they have, once again, a safer space somewhere where parents can pick up, where they don't lose a backpack because some other child tubing was there. And even for our skateboard camp after school, which is just, I guess, in September, early season in the year too. So yeah, this will be providing some other opportunities for additional programming too for that. So, yeah.
We've been very creative and fortunate to make the best out of everything we've had via space, but we are so excited to be in here and see the new opportunity to be able to accommodate some more kids and have just more community space that folks can come here and experience the adventure park both summer and winter.
And that's one thing to add to as well, is for the state licensing purpose of the Frisco Fun Club. Right now we're at 50 kids. With this space, we'll be able to take up to 75, I believe. So knowing that we've had a wait list for childcare for a lot of our summer activities, we're now able to get community for parents that need coverage for that. More of them can now participate too. Any questions?
Would you be able to expand some of those after school, Little Vikings and stuff? Would that?
I think we would, yeah. So a lot of that's based on our coaching as well too. So just making sure we have, because that is a partnership with now Team Summit, formerly the Summit Nordic Ski Club, I think a little bit would go into that, but transportation kind of comes back to that piece. So right now we have our vans that we use from getting kids from Frisco Elementary over here. Any number beyond 26, parents are on their own. So yes and no. If parents have transportation beyond what that is, then yes, absolutely. But I think that's where we come back to certain pieces. It will allow us to perhaps add other after-school programs that, maybe we want to do an art class in here or something different that we haven't done before. So I think there are other things like that down the road that could. But yeah, transportation is a little bit of a piece of that.
That's the biggest challenge, yeah.
Yeah.
What are the finishes as far as for sound?
That's a great question. We're planning on sound panel addition in the coming 2025 potential budget, I think is the plan. That was not part, right, Addison, this project goes, right?
Yeah, that wasn't initially spec'd out in the design. you know, real quick, if anybody wants to see what kind of the finished product will look like, I mean, the stain, we're still figuring that stuff out. But we are doing tongue and groove on the ceilings. So, yeah, to Aaron's point, you know, there's gonna be sound paneling and sound dampening with the, you know, accordion doors that we have between the rooms, you know, there is gonna be some sound dampening there. Will that be there when it opens? Yes.
And my understanding too is that they're gonna be putting insulation above these doors as well, so even though the door ends here, above will also have some sound protection.
I'm not thinking this room back.
Oh, upstairs and
Like when we
downstairs.
opened up the landing, the common room in the back of that building, it's an echo chamber. So it's tragic, not really like that. That's, somebody's looked at it and looked out. That was actually something that, that's one of those things, you know, when you have a lessons learned log, that you're like, you go through hundreds and hundreds of these at the time, you're like, what a stupid comment that I'm writing, and then you're like, you know what? No, this is exactly what I wrote it down. So, you know, it's, you know, and there's gonna be a probably year period of like, hey, this worked, this didn't work. Cool, you know, we'll grow into this space and, you know, and make it our own, because obviously we will finish construction and that kind of completes our design and stuff, and that's where I always say there's the end of your theory. So now let's see what the year in practice leads us to.
What's the floor gonna be? Rubber or?
So actually, probably a good time to announce this, that budget wise, you know. Actually, we're in a fantastic budget spot right now. You know, early on, I would tell you, and I'm sure members of my team could tell you that I won't budge on things, but as you can see, we're rounding third and we're on our way to home plate, and now we can start making some of those audibles. So we were gonna be doing carpet in here, but it's not gonna be carpet.
Yeah.
Wait, did I hear you right?
The prize right now?
That's amazing. Oh my God. That's great.
I'm so glad to see that reaction.
That's fantastic.
Waiting for that reaction.
Wow.
Carpet kids.
That's great.
No.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
That's right.
Hug it out, hug it out.
Cause I'm stubborn.
Everybody else is like, what's the big deal? We're happy, we're happy with carpet.
So, yeah, it'll be either, you know, rubberized floor and LVT, we're still waiting on final pricing and stuff. Cause, you know, we'll get the pricing for material, but we are the proud owners of some carpet. But, hey, we have carpet to use somewhere else, so it's not a complete loss at all. So we're good.
So do we know what our parking capacity is, for this? Call it the ball fields all the way around the Nordic Center?
I would have to get back to you on that for a total count. There are, if I can reference our unfunded capital projects for the future, you know, there was, when we were working with Martin Martin, there was a preliminary design that I have from Mark Luna, when he and I did some, you know, Kentucky windage engineering out there and stuff like that, that we figured out drainage was going to be the biggest component there, but there is kind of earmarked space for a parking lot, which fits into, hey, if there's a future playground, future, you know, bike park improvement stuff to that.
Cool.
So it's definitely in the back of my head. I think now that I've had the discussions with other members of staff, it's definitely on people's radar.
Yeah, winter time is definitely especially our event weekends, as many of you seem very busy out here. With the road tow as well for winter, we anticipate more action happening from that too. If those of you have been by the bike park, we have made some low budget improvements that have increased in space already. That could be an option to continue plowing for winter, which would create a little bit more as well. So we're hoping that could be something down the road. We have a little bit more staff parking up the hillside, as you may have seen across from the shop coming in. So Landon and some of the team from Public Works is helping to make that a little better drainage for winter time. So we're hoping to have our staff tucked away in some of these areas, creating more public too. So yeah.
And you figured if you're having weddings over there and other things going on, how many people you have coming from weddings and then.
I know, and it's a very strategic
Yeah.
schedule of Aaron's crew not double booking and making sure we don't have a wedding on a race day. So it's a bunch,
Yeah.
there's a big puzzle for sure.
And the nice piece with weddings, most of them are happening summertime anyway, so there's more room for people to spread out, whereas wintertime, it'd be very challenging to do that. Even right now with the ceremony site, you're fighting bike groups coming out. We do have the ceremony lot as well. We're working on some wayfinding signage improvements that will help direct people better to that group. But yeah, that's. I was just gonna add too, I know we're gonna probably talk about the kitchen space here, but we do have access through this kitchen through the wall here in the middle room that you're kind of in this section and the one beyond. So that's something to note as well for the future. We will have the capability of a refrigerator and, so people are bringing in food for lunches for events. We haven't quite got there down the road if this is a place you want a liquor license or not. It's something we'll probably explore later. But for now, it's great that we have a space that we can actually welcome groups, or say we do have a birthday party that wants to put their cake in the fridge or whatever that might be as well. So I guess we can walk this space here.
Yeah, no, I mean, and it's nice when we did the layout and worked with the furniture company, we now have a template for how many people we can comfortably fit in here. Because, a wedding rents it out and stuff like that. And it was all dictated based upon the storage space that we have. So tables and chairs, all of it can fit in our storage closet. We're good there. We have 2 big storage closets there. We have IT drops coming from the ceiling, so we'll have projectors and stuff. So we're definitely ready for whatever, comes our way. And to Aaron's point, our kitchen, it's gonna be nice, it's not a commercial kitchen and nothing over here will be, but even with the day lodge, I would say the day lodge is probably one step down from a commissary kitchen. When you go to a commissary kitchen, then people can come and use it, and it turns into the whole thing. So we didn't want to go down that route. So I won't know anybody. Nice big space. It's got, look at this little ancillary store. This corner is there. It's gonna be great, especially for all the cans. Lunch, this, that, and the other thing. So on that note, yes, so that is our.
Holding the microwave.
Exactly. But the great thing is on the other side of those interior windows, that's where staff is.
Yeah.
So it's like they can keep a nice watchful eye on programs. If it's something, I know a big success to making these programs work is just teamwork. So it's super nice to be able to tag people out to go in to take care of stuff and back and forth like that. I know it was big when I was in ski school, so I would assume it's the same around here. Window treatments in the budget. Yeah, so the windows will have glazing on. We wanted to get them installed and everything like that, but that was a big request from the rec staff, kind of the safety and security aspect and keeping the building a little bit. So we don't have any lines. That was not But there, one room is getting blinds and it's a restroom, but it's a higher up window, so it's like, let's go ahead and do that. Wintertime, the sun's gonna shoot right in here and you're having a meeting. No, and what's really cool is, you know, a little bit of history for the building, you know, as it gets lived in and stuff like that, is all the trusses. All the glue lambs were shipped here and they were built on site. So nothing was pre-assembled except for the glue lambs. Our framer completely built them. They're so specialty that it was like, oh, it's more cost effective and efficient. We'll just ship all the wood here and get cracking.
And did they create the gussets at that time too, or that was all pre-made?
So they worked with steel company, you know, and all those were like CNC machines, right? Custom made and stuff like that. So it's very cool, pretty decorative details and stuff like that. Yeah.
You can get a wreck job.
So right here we have our restrooms, and we have also our gender neutral restrooms.
Those are the outside ones, right?
That is the gender neutral one, and then this is I believe this is the mother's room.
Okay.
So we're all set up for that.
What's the
Nice.
difference between a gender neutral and a mother's?
There's no plumbing in there.
No plumbing, so just a, oh, then there's.
You change your table or something.
Refrigerator and a chair and.
And there's toilets in all of these, there's no locker room, correct? Like not a, or
I
is that a
mean,
separate space?
So there's a locker room upstairs for staff.
Yes,
I would say if you needed more space, the gender neutral restroom with doubles is that. Let me just, to make sure I'm actually giving.
We're not
accurate information.
calling it the mother's room, are we?
No,
What are we calling
Maybe changing.
Something that includes
changing room,
modern.
changing room. Yeah. I'm sorry, my headspace is in a different.
No, that's okay.
different room. So, yeah, just a nice little changing room.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
No, and like I said, we got our nice slate flooring in here, which is good, you know, it's glazing on, so yeah, the cleaning company left on the those, which is fine. Right here, we have our, you know, bottle filler, drinking water bank right here. Access to the kitchen. Here's our mechanical room, mechanical and storage. So this is a hub for a lot of our systems. It's very big. A lot big panels going on, but also, you know, we have what was at one time going to be 126 solar panels is now downsized to 97 in total just because of resizing. And instead of putting panels on the roof of this facility, it's an entirety. We did kind of a late in the game analysis for panels on the north side. And we're actually removing those and going to replace them on the tube storage because it actually gets continuous sun. So the change order cost of that is negligible when you consider the long-term gains.
You saw heat pump, right?
Yes, so we're gonna have a big VRF system outside, and then we'll have certain supplemental heating and cooling units out, just because with the possible low temperature, you have to offset it with those smaller units. Our VRF is rated down to 15 or 20 below, but with the wind chill and stuff out here, that was something where it's like, hey, we want to plan for the apocalyptic scenario and make sure everybody's doing well and staying comfortable. So that kind of rounds out the first floor. So if we can go up, you know, this is the guest space, customer space, and then upstairs will be
I find out. Both, and this is just.
Like, are you watching a little video of the radio?
That'll probably still happen in here. There's.
Waterproof. The floor. That's smart.
Everyone likes the things in here.
Yeah.
First iterations of these $20 square foot. Outdoor facility for the employees. Come on. Like, yeah, a perfect world would be fantastic. Right, we got white check. This is kind of fun. Exactly. So this is the break room, which pretty good views, summer and winter for staff. You know, nice big kitchen side of things we over on this wall. Right above the end, we have where the TV is going to be. So it'll be a nice meeting, gathering space. Sound. So sound paneling in here, it'll get better because of the fan. There's gonna probably be a drop down road and some other stuff, and we'll probably agree sound panels on the roof, on the ceiling.
Yeah, nice.
Staff breaker.
Oh, great.
This is a great. So. Tree, that is all with like these side of it's full of acceptance. But so right now, 6 months into the show, you just have your needs down now, we need this, we forgot that, you need another 35,000. You're coming back, we're saying to continue, you should continue. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Office. Yeah. Go. Yeah, you're gonna do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not bad place. So.
And this is key operating only, so that's our access. This is, you know, stuff up and downstairs, between levels. You know, nothing, this is mostly just, this is just their landing to shuttle between.
So how do they duke it out?
Yeah. Picking out your office?
No, it's awful.
Over there? Oh, the.
sort of timeline out here?
We're supposed to, the next item on the work session,
You got like still. Okay.
we're okay. 5:30. Yes, 5:30 is the next work session item, so we'll leave here about 5:15, we should be fine.
I can just tell you about our climate action plan out here.
Right, right.
I am recording and transmitting. Do you know what the rooms are? Is that a bathroom with a shower over there? No idea. I would have, it might be. Didn't she say there was a, didn't he say there was a locker room for staff? So this is probably it.
This is probably it, okay.
Yeah. Nice facility.
Yeah.
Can town hall be next?
That's what I just said.
It's a gorgeous.
That is.
But the locker room with the shower?
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a
Nice.
beautiful building. There's beamwork for this.
So when she goes to her mother one day, you can come out and shower.
And
Should I not be standing in this?
no, you can, that's fine.
Spacers.
They're still, I mean. They're still getting paid.
This is awesome.
This is a good one.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's, the town hall needs to be very similar to this. Can I have a tin cup?
Or on the other side, it looks a peak.
I know, right? It's beautiful.
No. I'll take that. Yeah. And okay.
But it's in the works.
Yeah, that's where I said we could maybe share. Yes.
If everybody would like to meet up in the ground floor, we can go take a peek at the tube store.
Brent, will you move into this building? Nice. So the offices that you have,
Clubhouse, when we load up the clubhouse.
okay, that's not my question,
I wonder what's gonna be.
right? But it will no longer be.
If they're still having a job out here, then their offices on the above.
You mean in the meeting shed?
Yeah.
No, so there is. There is, what, there are two workstations there?
There is, yeah.
Two workstations just on the main floor there, kind of right up for the base, but, no. Sound the nephew.
I'm paycheck.
By the training building.
I think one thing that's really worth noting for the tube storage, you know, when we realized we had a nice 3-foot opening, you know, 2-3 foot opening there in between the roof and walls is, you know, hey, in the wintertime, you know, here in the marina, and even out of the wintertime, are the windiest places in town. So how do we protect, you know, our investment tubes and everything like that, not to mention the concrete floor, whatever else we have stored in there. So in the wintertime, you'll actually see we have nice
I won't say decorative, but nice
outside the door.
Yes, you have. And he used to run it. And the yeah, thank you. Yeah. Slowly, make us. Yeah.
Right there.
But they had a grant
Right.
program, so we applied. I don't think I'm getting somewhere.
Yeah, we cover, yeah, whatever. They haven't installed yet, but under estimate, if you want to get more. Thank you. Yeah, more and all. Make it be good.
Oh, yeah.
If you don't mind. You're right.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, yeah. Busy day.
Me?
Yeah.
It's been great. Nice, isn't it? Yeah, it's a couple.
Mentioning that, it was like. Trying to Zoom, right?
Well. Yeah, you do have to have. You can. Yeah. If you're like, yeah. But if you're trying to, yeah. You can initiate a meeting. Cool.
Thank you.
5:30, thanks for everyone for making it back over. Thanks, Stacy. Just check. Hillary, you good? Cool. And thanks for making it back over, inspectors. For getting back here. So with that, we'll just roll into agenda item number 2, which is the climate action plan. Hillary, taking us through.
So some of you recall, we did get a grant to do a climate action and resilience plan. We have been operating under the Community Climate Action Plan. That's a full countywide collaborative effort, but it's exciting. We're going to have our own plan. We've been working with Connery and IBE, and Clayton, maybe get there, is with IBE, and he's gonna give me a hand today and talk a little bit more about our the outreach. But before we get to that, just 1 second, Clayton. Thanks for being here. Just wanted to give you a quick update on where we are otherwise. We've been working with Iconergy to collect all of the data. We are doing a greenhouse gas inventory. And
They have been working hard to analyze all that we've got so far, and they should be done with that around July. And I won't take any of the outreach updates. I'll let Clayton fill you guys in on that. Go ahead and unmute yourself, Clayton.
Hi, everybody. My name's Clayton Bartzeit. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. Hi, I'm Clayton. I'm a project manager at CSU's Institute for the Built Environment. We are an institute based out of Fort Collins on the CSU campus, and we work with teams across Colorado on implementing and designing plans and strategies for the social and environmental dimensions of sustainability. So happy to be here with you all tonight. Thanks for having me. And I think, as Hillary mentioned, we've been working closely with Hillary and Nico, as well as the team from Iconergy on the community engagement aspects of the Climate Action Plan. So I think I was just going to run through a little bit of that with you all to explain kind of where we are and where we're headed with that. Does that sound like a good plan still, Hillary?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Excellent. So part of what we've started out doing was creating a community engagement plan or a stakeholder outreach plan. And it basically is a plan that outlines the process for gathering perspectives from the community members. And what we're really looking for is a diverse and representative sampling from people across the Frisco community about their perceptions on the Climate Action and Resilience Plan. And that the process of that engagement, we have designed to really promote equity and inclusivity and collaboration within the community. And really the idea is for the community to help guide a climate action plan that supports the whole Frisco community. So that's kind of the idea. We've also designed a variety of different sort of languaging that we're using for that. So we're trying to really use simple and accessible language that avoids biases and really conveys respect to the community. And so we have a few different sort of key messages that we've designed. And when I'm saying we, I mean we, all of us, Hillary, Nico, and the Iconergy team, as well as several other people from the Institute for the Built Environment. So, and some of those messages are that, you know, we understand that the language might vary a little bit for the different types of engagements that we're doing, which I'll explain in a moment. But really, we're trying to keep some consistent messaging. And that messaging is that the town of Frisco is creating its first ever climate action plan, climate action and resiliency plan, I should say, and that this plan will help to guide climate education and policy and infrastructure for the next 5 years. And that this is in support of current and future resilience and adaptation efforts that are already underway within the community. Also that the climate action plan will offer goals that are specific to the town of Frisco and priorities that build upon the Summit Community Climate Action Plan that was adopted by the town in 2019. And then let's see what else. We want the plan to be informed by feedback from diverse community members. So we will be actively messaging that as well. And we also need to make it clear too that we are going to be considering input from all community members. And we also know that it won't be possible to incorporate everybody's ideas into the final plan, right? We want to hear what the community has to say. We're interested in their priorities. And just because someone says that they would like this particular strategy included, that doesn't necessarily mean that it will be, but we will be taking those into account. And then as far as key audiences, we have really are trying to really focus on local businesses as well as the community members at large, including individuals who live, work, or recreate, or otherwise travel in or to Frisco. So really, we want to give priority to individuals who also represent equity priority communities. And what that means for the purposes of this, for this engagement activity are community members who work but do not live in Frisco. I think there's been some feedback in the past that those community members are often not represented through engagement opportunities like this. So we're really looking to make sure we can reach them. Also the Hispanic or Latino, Latinx community, low-income populations, renters, as well as residents of multifamily complexes. So those are all community members and groupings that we've heard have not always been very well represented. So we want to make sure that they are represented well in this. So I might just pause there and see if anyone has any questions or comments before I move on to the actually describing the public engagement strategies that we'll be implementing. Great, hearing none, I'll carry on. So there's two main strategies that we'll be implementing through the public outreach approach. And the first is a community questionnaire or survey. And really the purpose of that is to understand the community's awareness of and knowledge about perceptions and current behaviors related to climate change and climate action, including what they see as barriers to behavior change or to implementing climate action strategies, as well as motivators. So we want to understand why people are, what motivates people to make changes or to continue the behaviors that they're already doing. We also want to understand things that are perhaps obstacles for people implementing these specific climate action strategies that might be included in the plan. And so really the content of that survey or questionnaire, we're going to be asking them people about perspectives on climate change and what is the, what is it caused by and what is the urgency behind it. We're going to be asking about what their concerns are around climate related concerns that they might have. Also, we're going to be asking about their specific support of or prioritization of different climate action plan strategies, so that we can get an understanding of how much people are interested in specific actions, whether those are actions that might be taken by the county, by the town, as well as individual actions or actions taken by businesses. And also, again, barriers and motivators to action. So we'll be asking about those specifically. And this community questionnaire and survey, I believe we are the plan is to have it rolled out in probably early July. And we understand there's some constraints around when folks are around and when the people in town are really busy. So we're taking that into account and working with Hillary and Nico really closely around that. And then the other main strategy for the community outreach is going to be some stakeholder workshops. And so we'll be holding 3 different workshops in total. And really the first one is kind of what we're calling like a baseline workshop. And that's going to be focused on the business community. And this will be a virtual workshop that we'll be doing with business owners and folks that are working in the business community in Frisco. This is probably going to happen in July. It hasn't been scheduled yet, but we're thinking that that's probably good timing for that. And really the purpose of that is to understand some business specific perspectives around climate related priorities and concerns, what they feel should be the priorities for the town, as well as, again, barriers and motivators to making meaningful change regarding climate action. And then we're also going to be talking to them about what are some of the opportunities that they see and how might they see, what kind of strategies would they find most useful for them and which things are they most excited about. So, and then once we have that taken into account, we'll be sort of gathering the information from the community questionnaire, as well as from the business community workshop. And we're going to be then, along with Iconergy and town staff, will be creating those actual climate action strategies that will go into the climate action resiliency plan. And once we have those sort of roughed out and some good ideas around what might go into that, we're going to be taking those back to the community for 2 more workshops that we're calling kind of like confirming workshops, right? We're going to take them, we're going to present some draft strategies to them and ask people's opinions. This is probably sometime in August. You know, again, we're schedule is a little bit flexible, and part of this is that we don't know exactly, it's hard to gauge how much participation we'll get in the survey until we actually get it out there in people's hands and start collecting data. But really the intent of those 2 workshops that'll be held in person in Frisco will be really to talk through some of the strategies that are being proposed and how much people think they're feasible, as well as how they want them to be prioritized in terms of the goals of the climate action plan, but also the strategy. So that's about all I was planning to present. Hillary, is there anything else that you were thinking you'd like me to mention here while we have everybody?
No, but I think we've got a couple of questions and comments in here.
Great.
But I just wanted to say that July is like the week before Christmas for businesses. That might be really difficult to get business owners and managers together right in July. I don't know if I'm just speaking for myself. No, thanks for that. Yeah. So
Yeah, that's helpful.
We can find our heads.
yeah. We're gonna find Waldo. Somebody did.
Does anyone have any questions? I guess I do. Just kind of curious, like after this entire process, could you give me an example of some of the outcomes that are in the past from this process? Like, what are some of the things that we could maybe look at becoming part of our community as far as climate action? And this is an item.
I mean, this is our town's first climate action resilience plan, so I can't give you past examples from ours specifically, but anything that, if you've seen the community climate action plan, it would be things like that. So it might be, I mean, so that has 4 different categories focused on transportation, waste, forests, building energy, like I'm missing at school. That's gonna come later. I'll think of it in 5 minutes. But so there are strategies in each of those categories, and we've accomplished a lot of things that are in that plan as well. So some of those are bigger. I mean, there are big goals about our greenhouse gas reductions, and they'll say things in transportation like, you know, because it is a wider plan, not just a town plan. It says things about like increasing access to transportation. We don't have as much of that here, so it will be more town specific. And the goal is to include some things that we haven't done from those earlier plans, and to not just make all of the goals things that are already in motion. So don't just say like, oh, you should really try out an EV car share program. Other things. That's why we have Iconergy, is to do that research and give us those new ideas. Okay. To do the existing conditions analysis and put all that into it.
And some of those things that we've done were like buying electric pickup trucks and electrifying public works and or the goal of net zero for town buildings. Is that still in there, or is that?
So we don't have a goal of net zero. We have a goal of 100% renewable electricity.
Okay.
And we have, you know, emissions reduction goals, but we don't have net zero as a specific goal yet.
When you do this survey, like when you do this survey, is it primarily focused on what should the town be doing with what we own, what we control? Or are you going to be creating a buzz of the town's about to legislate to, you know, I mean, whether it's banning straws or eliminating appliances? What should we be ready for that's going to be in this survey that may create some blowback? That we're just gathering information, but if people see this in a survey, you may need to know what you're putting in the survey.
We'll tell them we're taking their gas stoves.
Right.
Well, I'm taking a peek at the survey right now because I wanted to remind myself specifically. But so, for example, we're asking people, how interested are you in personally participating in a curbside food scrap or compost program, right? We don't know that that is something that people have any interest in whatsoever. And so that's why it becomes a question to find out, is that something that people are willing to participate in? Because a lot of times what we find with creating these climate action plans is that there's some strategies that are highly impactful, and there are some strategies that are highly visible, and those two aren't always the same. So we want to understand people's willingness to participate in specific activities. And so we're asking about things like, are you interested, or how likely are you to be willing to put in a smart thermostat to reduce energy use in your home, or to install solar panels on your roof, or to participate in a home energy assessment, or like an energy audit? Right, so those are kind of questions as far as what individuals can do. We also have some questions about participating in a community bike sharing program or a community car share program with electric vehicles. And so those are the kind of things that people are going to be asked about, which again doesn't necessarily commit the town to implementing any of those strategies, but we will then at least know if there's some will and motivation behind people getting behind that, right? Does that kind of answer your question?
We're being surveyed to death right now.
Yeah, and we've heard this, and so one of the things I'll say we're trying really hard to do is make this as short as possible. And so, I don't know, we went from probably 30 questions to we now have just a little over 20, including demographics. So I think, I don't know, 6 of those are demographic questions. So, or 8 of them even. So, there's really 14 questions that are related to the topic that we're asking about. And we understand that when people have survey fatigue, that affects our ability to collect a lot of responses. And we just have to work with that and hope for the best, really. So
there's also some overlap, since, as you know, our comp plan also has a resilience section. So we are intentionally not doubling up on questions that have already been asked, making sure that everything is.
Correct. And we also looked at the county plan and the surveys that had gone out from Summit County to understand what things maybe we don't need to ask again, because we have collected enough data, albeit not from the town of Frisco specifically, but things that we thought could be eliminated due to that. So I hope we're very hopeful that there will be a good survey response. And I think any support that you all and other folks that that are interested in these topics can help provide in motivating others to participate is great. So we definitely appreciate that.
What number makes it a good survey response? What number makes it a good survey response?
What number? Wow, that's a good question. Remind me, what's the population exactly?
1,100.
So there's a couple different ways of thinking about that. Because there's certain ways, there's certain things that make it a statistically significant response rate, where we can say this represents a community exactly. And there's ways of figuring that out based on population and which different sectors, which is why we collect demographic information, though that section is definitely optional as well. But part of that is understanding like which groups in the community are not participating in this, and therefore how do we change the outreach to be able to include as many people as possible, and as many groups as possible, I should say. And So how many makes it a good survey? I don't know. I would probably ask my cohort, my colleague Jen, who's really leading the survey development, if she would give us a better answer to that, because I really don't know. I mean, I think, we'll get some useful information if we get 30 responses, but if we have, 400, we'll have a much different ability to sort of, you know, think that we have a more representative sample. So, honestly, probably what is going to be is a good sample is going to be as much as we're able to get, really. I mean, it's hard to say a number exactly, but I will ask Jen. And Hillary, is there a way that we can get back to folks with an answer on that?
Yeah, I can share information back.
Okay. Great. I will specifically ask her to give us she'll probably have a somewhat nuanced response as well, but I will ask her that.
The reason I ask that question is if you need 500 responses to make this a useful report and you get 200, are you going back out for more, or is it now just going to be as good as we got and it's not very good?
Yeah, well, and we're going to have to, we'll be talking with Hillary and Nico about that as it progresses, and we'll be giving them regular updates, probably, I don't know, a couple times a week to figure out like how things are going, how many responses do we have. We just did a recently similar survey, but specific to electric vehicles in Fort Collins. And after 2 weeks, we had not very much response. And so we ended up changing some outreach strategies and tactics, like how are we pushing this information out about it, as well as keeping the survey open for longer than we anticipated. So that's one of the probably biggest implications, is that it can push out the timeline a little bit, because if you don't get enough in the first week or two, then having more time for people to be able to respond is helpful. So.
And along those lines, if I may, it's also with demographic information being optional, you should at least be getting, are they residents? Are they visitors? Are they, because with our other surveys that we're all getting tired of at this point, that's all part of it. And it's an important part to determine that if we've gotten 200 responses out of 3,000 residents, maybe the majority of those come from Denver.
Right.
So you'll want to determine where those people fall.
Yep. So separate from the demographic, actually, the very first question in the survey is, which of the following best describes your relationship to the town of Frisco? I live here, I work or go to school here, I visit here, or I own a business or a property here, or other. So that's the very first question that people will see.
Optional.
We looking at doing any outreach like at the concerts in the area? I know you guys had it at the other one, the dock and stuff. Are you looking at just, walking down Main Street, stopping in the coffee shop with a tablet and hit people in coffee shops, or hit the business owners, at least maybe pitch the Main Street people that, the owners and stuff, and have you filled it out? Or
Yeah,
are we looking at anything like that?
The comp plan table outside of Roasters was super successful, so.
And I've been going up and down Main Street with these little QR cards, just to get that survey as many responses as possible.
Do we know how many we have already at all, or?
Then
For the survey, who took the survey already?
So the survey for climate action plan is not finished yet.
Oh,
So
okay.
It was not, okay.
this sort of
It's still out.
As of Monday, had only 100, so we need to get the word out more. We want to go proposing it. But we're big in our dreams.
I got a lot of work to do.
Would comp plan survey be completed and closed out before the environmental survey
I don't know.
is issued? Because I'm gonna throw a wrench in it, and I think it should be. Meaning, I think this is important and this is good work, but the comp plan should be a higher priority. And I'd hate for somebody to say, they filled out this survey and then they get something else and they say, oh, I already did that. So now we lost them on the comp plan. So I
Well,
hope.
this only has till the 21st of June, sorry.
No, that's what I want to.
Yeah, so,
Will be done before your survey.
We won't be ready before the 21st.
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
You gave the answer.
I had an answer.
Say ours will be last week of June at the very earliest. But Clayton was just saying July, so.
And it's like based on some of the business activity.
Yeah, we do.
But
have
you're
a-
gonna be reevaluating that as you get response too,
Yeah,
so.
we will be. We do have a relatively tight timeline. It's supposed to be done and presented to by the end of November. So we don't have a whole lot of wiggle room, so we're gonna get out there and get as many surveys as we can and as quick.
So give me some cards.
What's driving that lack of flexibility?
That was just how it was contracted.
They're going to contract with that.
Depending upon which calculator you go to. You need anywhere from 900 to 1,300 respondents. To have a statistically accurate sample size. As an FYI.
We are also looking at the very recent survey that we did for the climate equity plan and taking as well.
How many we get on that?
I don't know because that wasn't my survey.
What's been the past in surveys? What did we, no, what's that?
All over the place, yeah.
Depending on what the subject is and stuff.
Happy to take more ideas. If anyone has great ideas of how to get more word out to more people, please let me know. I'm doing everything there.
I think in the day camp, you drop your kid off, you better fill this out.
Before you pick them up.
I told you. It's a 100. Yeah. Hit them where,
Before you get your beer at the concert at the park.
Yeah.
I think that's a good idea.
That's a good one.
Incentive.
Free ticket for a beer or something,
Here.
Yeah, that's it.
That doesn't guarantee goods.
Hillary, got anything else for us?
Yes. Any questions for Clayton? Thank you, Clayton.
Thanks, Clayton.
Yeah, feel free to reach out to me through Hillary if anyone has questions or things they'd like us to know about moving forward. But thanks for having me tonight.
Yeah, good sign, free beer. Oh, you want to get free beer? Look at this office.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So moving into item number 3 is boards and committee representation discussion. We're gonna pull it up on the big screen. It's also in the packet. It looks like we're pretty squared away. Except for maybe Dan.
Willy Wonka.
I know. Why is that?
There we go. There we go.
Good job.
And let me know if I can do or anything for you. Action.
Tom or Stacy, do you guys have how you want to do this? You just want to go line by line? You. We can just go, I think it'll go pretty quick. I don't know that we're gonna have a lot of changes, but there may be a few, and Dan and Martin, feel free to jump in. So 911 center, that's Tom. The CDOT is gonna be Chris. Cast is town manager, but we all attend those as available, correct? So then the CC4CA, Lisa, are you still down? Cool.
Do you need seconds? Not that I want to be a second on this at all, but.
If someone wants to be a second, certainly hop in, yeah. The CML. Anyone else? I'm interested in that, so I'm happy to stay there, right? I want to try and focus on legislation this year. And then the policy from CML is Leslie, Early Childhood Options Board is Leslie, Emergency Management Communication Group is.
Rick, is the Early Childhood Options Board, or does each jurisdiction get a seat? That's why we have Leslie on there.
That's my understanding. Emergency Management is Tom and Tom. Friends of the Dillon Ranger District, Andy, you still good?
Yeah.
High Country Conservation Center. This right now is Hillary.
Same question. Does each jurisdiction, where'd she go? Does each jurisdiction have a seat on HC3's board?
So I'm not on the board, I'm already on the board of
Okay.
HC3, so if you want to put my name there.
Right, because you're actually on their board, not a representative attending their meeting.
Right.
Yeah.
That's why I'm kind of creating that distinction, or is it a town of Frisco board seat, or a member of town of Frisco has been honored and approached as being a member of their board? Because if it's.
I've seen it both ways.
I don't believe it's the town of Frisco gets a seat.
And I think it's great whether it's Hillary, Lisa, whoever's on board. I think it's fabulous, but I don't think it should be on this grid. I mean, I'm on a bunch of boards. If you want to do it that way, then you should be listing the Summit Foundation, because I sit on the Summit Foundation board because they've asked me to, not because the town of Frisco gets a seat there.
Right. I was under the impression we had a seat on all of these boards, but I'm gonna default to Tom on that.
I think it's a combination.
It's a combo, okay. So I hear you, Andy, for sure. I think on this one, right, Hillary goes, attends meetings, and we happen to have Lisa on the board. But I don't know that we need to list her here because it's a separate.
When Hillary cycles off, does each C3 have to put a Frisco representative on there, and not?
We've always had someone is my best answer.
What's your impression, Hillary?
So I'm,
You're just attending their meetings.
yes.
Gotcha.
You're just observing?
What?
You just go and observe?
I mean, HC3, it's not like an HC3 meeting. I go to all kinds of meetings that HC3 is facilitating, so I'm not sure how to best answer this question. But I don't know very much about their board.
This is about board seats, right?
It's about representation.
It's yes and no. I think it's like the wildfire council, right? Like Andy attends those meetings. He's not like a decision maker on that board, or you are a voting member. Yeah.
I agree with you, though. I think that only if the town has a seat on the board should it be on there. If I'm not on there as a town representative, then I
Right.
agree, it shouldn't be on. That's what you're saying,
It
right?
is.
Yeah.
So with that,
We could create a different spreadsheet that has things that we track. Which could be HC as an example.
like CDOT as an example, Chris is attending those as a.
That's an actual board.
That's an actual board.
It's the Intermountain Transportation Planning.
Oh, right. We have to differentiate is the best answer over here.
Again, I think when somebody's sitting at these meetings, who are they speaking for? Hillary, and sorry to speak of you while you sit right there, but Hillary is an incredibly valuable member of the topics that HC3 discusses, but she's sitting there as an individual who's not speaking for them. If she's if she hasn't been asked by HC3.
No, I am speaking for.
Yeah, I think that's really close.
As opposed to Lisa.
I'm not.
You're not, you are.
So I wonder, because I just asked Stacy, this is a public document, so I wonder if there's this document.
I am hoping to be a part of the public comment for the session of the.
So but I wonder having this document as like, this is town representative, but then you could have another like, but our elected officials also do this, just so like for the public.
And to make it more confusing with some folks like HC3, we have agreements about services HC3 provides to us, and we have town representatives under those service agreements, which I don't know, are you that representative, Hillary, under our agreement with HC3? I know we have a funding agreement they provide for the services. The town. On our, yes. Okay, my point is.
Yeah.
There is yet another category that isn't quite board membership, but isn't quite simply interested in then there's. We have dealings with.
Yeah.
I think we can sort that out.
I think, yeah.
The issue.
CML, emergency managers, fringe, okay, cool, thank you for the cursor. I-70 Coalition, Tom and Chris, folks do attend occasionally. The managers meeting is Tom, mayor's managers is Tom and myself. Mountain Pack.
This is one that in the draft, I know the former mayor was asked to testify on a bill that was of interest, and we learned about it from this organization and had interacted with this organization in that regard. Otherwise, we do pay a membership to this organization per the prior iteration of council's direction. And it is one that, you know, we do receive their regular newsletter. It becomes a part of your regular weekly newsletter.
We don't have any.
Yeah.
Responsibility.
Right.
On that one, I'm responsible.
Same with MT20.
Yep. Those are, right, like the MT23 is whatever level of participation you want to put in, right? So Northwest COG, Diane. Northwest Council of Governments, the water quality and quantity. Again, Hillary and Ryan.
And that's one that traditionally, I think Jessie attended.
She
probably more in her role with Breckenridge, but she would also represent Frisco in the past.
Gotcha. Summit Combined, pardon me, is Tom. Summit Chamber of Commerce, we got Vanessa. Summit County Preschool Board is Chris.
That's not a, we don't have a town of Frisco seat on the Summit Preschool Board. He just happens to be on that board.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you want, just look. Well, actually, hold on with that.
So that should be removed from this.
Yeah.
Maybe Greta K, though.
Yes.
Summit Preschool Board?
Yes.
Okay, so we have other town employees that have.
Which is great.
Yeah.
And I think we should encourage our town employees as well as our council to participate on nonprofit boards. Make it part of this.
Right. So the Summit County Telecommunications Consortium, that's the NPR antenna folk, is that correct?
It's the
Thinking SCTV.
the cable channel.
It's the cable channel, yep, yep. The transit board is pardon me, Lisa and Chris. How's that going, Lisa?
I think I've only been to 2 meetings.
One or
but-
two, yeah, for
yeah,
sure.
yeah.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks
Yeah.
for stepping up.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Sorry, gang, I keep losing my space. Wow. The Wildfire Council, we got Andy and I'm a backup to Andy if I'm available. 10 Mile Planning, we've got a planning commissioner, Kelsey out there. Arts and Culture,
I'm the council member.
both you and Vanessa.
Vanessa.
Vanessa's not a board.
Yeah,
Right.
Vanessa's
She's the
moderating,
board
leading
member.
it. And I'm a board member. So, you know, if that's how, if we're delineating these.
Yep. That's for Frisco Arts.
Yes.
Yes. The Frisco Community Housing Development Authority, that's all of us, if I remember correctly, and Leslie. Those two are staff. Perfect. Grant Subcommittee that cycles, right now we have, right, we just, feels like we are getting ready to start that again.
For 2 years, are we gonna add council person again or?
Well, you should have two, should have, yeah.
Well, I'm just, right here, it says at least one, but yeah, I mean, I just didn't see any names there, so I
Yeah.
thought.
The grant subcommittee would have.
Do you want to decide that tonight so that we have those two ready to go?
I would like to do it again.
Okay, great. Dan or Martin, any interest? It's pretty fun.
Yeah.
And Andy
Oh,
also.
you haven't money. I did it last year and enjoyed it.
Okay, great.
But,
Grant scholarship.
And Liz and I get along so well. Really.
No, you did the scholarships.
You did
It's
not grants. You and I did.
Chris.
Oh, you've done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lots of Betsy Sports. Just to delineate, right now, we're on the town-sponsored grants, whether they be the smaller ones, the community grants, or the impact grants, if I'm saying that right. This committee works, these people, on this committee, you work with staff to go through all the different applications and out money.
I'll make a recommendation to.
Yes.
Yeah, but you just go around money.
You can't get money to get. Cool. So, thanks. Okay. And then we got the stuff is grants. And then we got scholarships, we got. Oh, so the legislative policy, I just wanted to speak to that a little bit, we're taking that off. And that was Leslie was leading that from the staff side, if I'm not mistaken, and Stacy, perfect. That's right, you were more than me. But I'd like to stay involved in that because it really kind of works with the plan and that's something I want to be involved with. And then was Jessie with us?
She was, because she had a lot of experience with C4CA and developing theirs,
Yeah.
and Lisa as well.
Right. So at least one more of all, sounding right?
So last year we had 3 council members.
Yep.
But remember last year also, just to put some context behind it, the really heavy lift because we hadn't had one in a long time.
Right.
I really don't know if it necessitates having 3 on the subcommittee this year. Because this year it's really gonna be, we have this working document. Look it over, do we need to make any tweaks and boom, and go.
So with that,
Ideally,
moved on, Lisa, do you want to stay?
I'll stay.
And I'd like to stay, and just the one thing I wanted to mention on this, if you are representing the town, this is your document to reference our positions.
Dan.
What's that, policy? Legislature policy making.
Yes.
Boy.
No, I just didn't want to pass over if you were.
Oh, no, I'm fine, yeah.
Dan, because then you would learn all of the positions.
With that?
You're good.
Wait, no, wait, go ahead, finish. Sorry.
If you were to hop on it, as Stacy was saying, most of the, I mean, it's our second year of it. The work's done. We're probably not tweaking it much. If you want to learn where our positions are on a number of policies, town, county, and statewide, this is your place. Okay. We'll take it. It's pretty cool.
And you don't have to be on the board.
No.
I mean, like, you
Yeah,
just review the document.
Yeah.
Bring it to the board.
We're anticipating one meeting to max on that.
Yeah.
And if we
Yeah.
do a second meeting, it would maybe even be virtual, it'd be that brief, but.
Good, yep. Throw me out.
Then. Scholarships, thank you. We got an Arrington. And Alico. Cemetery. I love this one.
For this one.
Well, they reason the property owner. Feel obligated to keep
It's lots.
you have to help Stacy.
Your name.
All those, everybody will see your patch. With turn. Yeah.
Cool, so then we got the comp plan subcommittee.
Right now, I think.
So, yeah. And then housing strategic plan.
Yeah. And I'm missing tomorrow's meeting, but that's the only meeting I should probably miss.
You want to be a backup?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you
Okay, the meeting's tomorrow.
go. There is a meeting tomorrow.
Can't do tomorrow, me, but I'll be a backup. Oh, I can go.
Yeah.
That, what was that, the comprehensive or the housing?
Housing. Yeah.
Been on the grants committee?
Yeah.
Is it possible to have 3 of us on there, or is 2 limit, is that it?
And if someone correct me if I'm wrong, generally speaking, we haven't had more than 2 is because then we have to notice that we need.
Greatly appreciate.
Yeah.
But if that's the way it goes.
And for
In a public meeting, yeah.
for the most part, on these boards, it's really one of us has to show. And we don't all have to show up if we're on the list, if it's like, you know. Andy didn't happen to be at the last housing meeting, that was, you were like traveling or something on the last. And so since I wasn't gonna be there tomorrow, I was like, hey, you know. So I mean, that's really the thing, you know, I don't see it so much as like we all have to show up. You know, like,
Just report back to the team, which
Yeah,
are,
yeah.
like, that's the general goal.
And I'm fine with anything if I have to, you know, you can't make it or somebody can't make it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got another favor.
Please.
Is there any chance I could be with Andy on the Arts and Culture Council? How would you feel about that?
Oh, I totally don't mind.
How did we make that up?
I think it's one ex officio member.
Weren't you or not?
I've worked on the strategic plan for that for a long time and. Whatever, I just kind of wanted to read while.
It'd be great to have, at very least backup. if we're not full.
So those are public meetings. There's nothing wrong with another council member showing up, but if we get to 3, then we have a different issue, I guess.
Right.
Well, one is actually a member that votes in the event.
Right,
that
right.
you or,
Or at least that's what.
yeah, that could be unless we change.
Sure.
The way the ordinance was written.
So what did we?
One council member.
Yes,
And that
you
would,
can, but you would be, only one of you would be a voting member.
Oh,
That-
do you guys?
Fair.
We do, so, but that would be the kind of thing, like if I wasn't there, you'd go and you'd in my stead and you would.
Yeah, we could. Okay.
Right, but you could also show up anyway and still discuss,
Okay,
but it's just, you know.
I mean, would that mess up your guys'
I
career?
don't know, I don't know. No, it would be good to have more, here's the thing, like, on a lot of these boards, especially when they're internal and in town. People wanna know what the council, what the feel of the council really is, and, you know, I try to evoke that, but. You know, I can't speak for you, but, you know, I can't speak for everyone else.
That way she can say, oh no, Andy, you're way off.
Somebody.
With that strategic plan, so I kind of want. Yeah, see where they're at.
Amy get a seat on float,
Let's do both.
right?
$500 load you get your kids into it.
Anything else? Stacy, Tom, you guys good with that?
No, I think we can revise it based on that direction.
That direction, thank you. So then I believe item number 4, if my numbers correct, is a discussion of Keystone's request to enter into the Summit Combined Housing Authority Board. Fisher, sure.
So Katie, helped preparing the materials for this, but essentially, Keystone, town of Keystone has requested to be on the board. And be a member of the Summit Combined Housing Authority now that they're a newest municipality in the county. There's some back and forth of communication between the Housing Authority Board and Keystone. There are some concerns that the county has about immediately bringing Keystone onto the Housing Authority Board and into the Housing Authority. I think a lot of those things have been worked out between the county and Keystone. So the board has asked each municipality to weigh in on what the municipality's opinion is of whether Keystone should be brought into the IGA for the Housing Authority. As your board representative, and I think we stated this in the staff memo, I don't see any reason why Frisco would. It was a good idea for Keystone to be part of that. A couple of the issues that the county has brought up, and first one being that they're concerned that the town of Keystone does not have a housing plan right now. But it is something that the council and the mayor are working on. The other issue was around the reason the housing plan was important was that the county was concerned whether Keystone would be consistent with the other communities about not limiting Keystone built housing to just Keystone employees. Keystone, the town of Keystone hasn't determined that yet. The other issue had to do with how much of when was Keystone's share of the 5A funds going to be available to the town of Keystone, and I think that issue has been worked out. There was a month that Keystone became the town. The county has been holding their funds in escrow until Keystone is a member of SCHA.
Tom, these funds are earmarked too, they go to the town.
They do not go into their general fund, they are for housing. And so it's not that you have to vote on anything, you can just give me the indication or your direction as the board member and I'll take that back.
So very personal Summit County thing where they're against Keystone, but there is personalities involved. Bottom line, if Keystone isn't actually a municipality, we should absolutely have a seat at the table. Yep, should be no two ways about it. Yep, welcome to the Lucy Nest.
Yeah, I see no reason not to do them.
All right, I will go with that.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And that's our work session, so we can adjourn. Take a break. Build it. At 7. Thanks, everybody.
Good evening, everybody. It's 7 o'clock. I'm going to call to order the regular meeting of the Frisco Town Council. And with that, let's start with the roll call.
Allen.
Here.
Palenko.
Here.
Incan.
Here.
Aronson.
Here.
Scripcheck Adrian.
Here. And Howell.
Here.
And Judy.
Here. Thank you. I will now open the floor to public comment. Citizens making public comment should state their names and addresses for the record, be topic specific, and limit comments to no longer than 3 minutes. Those making public comment on Zoom will need to raise your hand in Zoom and wait for the town clerk to call on you before unmuting yourself. With that.
Hi, I'm Emily Holbeckle, and I am a citizen of Frisco. I live in one neighborhood, and I wanted to just bring to my concern about the most recent changes to our deed restriction and the capital improvements. And as a community member, it doesn't directly affect me, but it affects my neighbors, and it makes me an interested party as a person who's lived here almost 30 years and bought into the Pequot neighborhood specifically because I love our town of Frisco, and I really appreciate all the hard work that you guys do, but I really hope that we can engage in further discussion with our community members, especially those that are affected by it, because I feel that when I talk to some of my neighbors, they don't always understand what has been changed and how it was changed, and or they are concerned about how it has affected their investment. But although we're not trying to make a ton of money, because it's the goal, we want to live and work here and do great things with our town and our community. But it is scary for a lot of people, and I just want to mention that I have a concern as a person, because I care about my neighbors and I care about my neighbors, I care about our town.
Great, thank you. Come on up.
Good evening, excuse me, look at my phone here, I'm not a great eloquent speaker like Colleen is here, but good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Steve Malone. I live at 249 Belford, Pequot neighborhood. I've been in Summit County for 20 years now. It's a great place to do a lot of things that are fun. I have a few comments regarding the recent AMI from Summit Combined Housing Authority. What we have with the deed restricted covenant, it's a great government program, and it works great when it is working properly. Sometimes these need to be programs can incentivize sectors of the market while de-incentivizing others. What has been done with the most recent AMI adjustments has driven this to an absurdly uneven balance in fairness. It has gone the opposite of what we know as supply and demand. Prices have skyrocketed everywhere else. So what this has done is it has created double the damage for those that are trying to maintain their housing, which what I understand is about $10,000 to $15,000 a year to maintain the exterior and interior of a house. We need Summit County Housing Authority to at least recognize the hardships and unfairness that has been created. There seems to be a major disconnect with what we believe to be a thriving neighborhood and what the real picture is. As representatives of our town and Pequot neighborhood, we need you to recognize the problem and present this to SCHA with a solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Scott.
Okay. Before I give you my comments, I've got a message from a neighbor that says, from two neighbors that say that Zoom link is incorrect for the meeting. It goes,
Wait, I'm sorry, could you repeat
sorry,
that?
Zoom link is incorrect for the meeting.
Oh.
They're trying to log in. He said it goes to the May 28th meeting.
Right now.
Yeah.
Let's see. Just trying it on a second one and I'm seeing that it's working.
It's working for me too.
Right now.
No.
Okay, I will let you know that.
No. I'll try on my phone just to be sure.
Sure.
I tried to, Stacy, it worked on my computer.
They
Yeah.
may be in the archive list, not
Yeah,
the
maybe they're
current
not in the
day
right
list.
spot.
Like there is a ending in 891, there's somebody who's not staff, right?
Yeah, that's a telephone number.
Okay, well, we will let them deal with that. I hope you can get on. Pull my comments up. Okay, hi, everyone. Good evening. And thank you for serving the town as always. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Melissa. I'm a resident of Peak neighborhood, and I also served the town for over 10 years as a planning commissioner for 7 years, as a town council member for 4, and I'm currently your arts council chairperson. I think it's relevant to mention I work in real estate and development. I was actually vice president of development for the developer in the final phases of Peak neighborhood. I know the deed restriction very, very well as anybody in the community, as a town council member and as a professional. And lastly, my husband Christian and I have been raising our 2 beautiful children, one of which is here, Sterling, for over 14 years in Frisco, 11 of which have been in Peak. So the reason why I'm here tonight is, as you know, I'm very concerned about this change. I've spoken with many of you. I know that you hear me, but I just want to reiterate my concerns on the public record tonight. So I want to outline three reasons. Number one, we have 69 homes in our neighborhood. Most of these homes are negatively affected by this change. It's apparent that this change, based on recent newspaper articles, may have been done for future home buyers in neighborhoods like Nellie's neighborhood. And I appreciate that. I appreciate the intent. But what wasn't analyzed was how it impacts existing homeowners, longtime community members like myself and my neighbors. Number 2, negative valuations have serious impacts on financial security of families. As Colleen said, none of us bought in Peak neighborhood to get rich. Let's be clear about that. We all understand that. However, this change has left many homes underwater on their mortgages. It has left families that have taken out HELOCs to do things like a $20,000 boiler. They no longer have the equity in their house to support that HELOC. It also creates imbalances in our insurance rates, in our property taxes. None of these questions have been answered. We don't know the answers. We're not saying, we can't fully take a position on this because we don't have the answers. And I wonder if you have the data yourselves, because the conversations that I've had with many of you don't indicate that you have a full picture of this either. Number 3, and I'm positive, the 7 of you can fix this. You can examine it. You can do so constructively. You can have a conversation with homeowners, hear our perspectives. Again, I'm a professional. This is what I do for a living, but I'm also a homeowner, and that's really why I'm here tonight. There's simple solutions we've proposed in the past, the 3% or AMI price, whichever is greater. That's one possibility. There are many possibilities, but they need to be evaluated. And we want to make sure you have the right professionals in the room that can bring this data to properly analyze it. So thank you. My ask tonight is that you take this seriously, and you include us, Peak neighborhood, and other deed restricted residents of Frisco in future conversations in a public forum. Agendize it, have the Summit County Housing Authority explain it. One time, one conversation, the same information. Right now, there's so many disparate conversations. Everybody's getting a different viewpoint, and that's just not acceptable. So thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, Lisa.
Make this the short person.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Catherine Malone. I live at 249 Belford Street in the Peak neighborhood. And I just wanted to make my comments about my concerns as well. The 2024 Summit County AMI chart that was published on May 20th is geared towards affordability for future home buyers in Peak neighborhood. The current homeowners' financial needs are not being considered. We are experiencing inflation, a substantial increase in our HOA fees, aging homes that have and continue to require maintenance, repairs, and replacement, such as exterior painting, new water heaters, new boilers, carpet, cabinets, and soon roofing and windows. We have made costly capital improvements with the understanding that we would be able to get a portion of that investment back when we sell our homes. Instead, the value of our homes have been reduced overnight by 20% or more. We are asking for the town council's understanding and support. We need a permanent solution that will protect the homeowners in Peak One neighborhood. When the feds drop the rates, is the AMI chart going to be republished to accurately reflect the new rates? What is a more permanent solution? Do we change the deed restriction to reflect the 3% or AMI price, whatever's higher? Or do we consider having a grandfather clause that will protect the current homeowners and encourage us to maintain our aging homes and keep the Peak One neighborhood a beautiful place to live in Frisco, Colorado? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other public comment in chambers?
Mr. Mayor, we do have one online.
Gotcha.
Mr. Jack Wilkinson, feel free to unmute yourself.
Hi there. My name is Jack Wilkinson. I live at 33 North Cabin Green. I wanted to just reiterate what my neighbors have been saying and add a little bit of detail as well.
Hey Jack, if you could hold off a second, we're having trouble with the sound in here.
Jack, if you could go ahead and just start over for us. Apologies. We had to turn up our volume on our speakers in the room.
Sure, no problem. My name is
Thank
Jack
you.
Wilkinson. I live at 33 North Cabin Green in the Peak One neighborhood as well. I'm a member of the HOA board. I was at the SCHA, the Summit Combined Housing Authority, for 6 years. During that period of time, I was the one who made the AMI chart, so I'm intimately familiar with its technical details. I just want to make it clear to any of the town council members who perhaps don't understand what has taken place that I'm here to help answer questions. I know that the SCHA is also willing to answer questions. I don't know that we see eye to eye on some of the things that have happened recently. I think it's important to understand the implication of the May 20 decision to change some of the details of the affordability index. Basically, the implication is that the SCHA board can at any time manipulate two figures on that chart and essentially set the price max for town of Frisco deed restricted housing. The covenant that we are under, beneficiary of that is the town of Frisco, not the SCHA. The role of the SCHA is to administer workforce housing covenants, not to set prices. So I just want to make sure that the town council is aware of that. If there's any confusion, I would love the opportunity to come and speak to anyone at any time about this issue. So I bought my home in 2021 in the Peak One neighborhood, and if I were to go sell it today, I would have to sell it for essentially the same price that I bought it for. After having just recently, a couple months ago, put a brand new boiler in at great expense, in addition to other normal homeownership expenses. I think it's important that we just further our discussion, be heard, be listened to. That's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you, Jack. Any other public comment?
Nothing online, Mr. Mayor.
Nothing else online? Okay. Melissa, did we at least capture one of the two people that were messaging you? Thanks. With that, I will close public comment and move on to mayor and council comments. Okay. Comments?
I just wanted to say Rock the Dock was awesome.
Yeah.
And Scott did a great job. It was really fun.
Yeah, again, thanks to staff for the Rock the Dock was great. I saw a bunch of our new police officers out there walking around. I'm looking forward to saying hello to them in the future. And again, the crew at the PRA, man, it's chock full of kids already. We were just out there walking around, checking it out. The programs are great. We have bookings, like we're building some more capacity out there. So looking forward to seeing what the future of that looks like. Any other comments? With that, any updates from town manager?
Yeah, and just first let me address, we've been hearing some public comments about the deed restrictions in the Peak One neighborhood. The reason the council can't talk about that right now is that they have to deal with whether members have to recuse themselves from that discussion first before they can publicly talk about it. And they're dealing with that issue first. So those that have made comments, the council has heard that. We are keeping track of all the people that are concerned about it as staff, and we will be getting information out about when it will be agendized if it gets to that point. So the other item is that really big type from my staff. Grant application portal opens on June 14th, summitgrants.com. The deadline for grant applications is August 14th.
Great. This is grants.
These are the small community grants and impact grants that the Frisco Town Council, there's an overall Summit County portal for that. And Frisco will deal with applications on its own for what comes out of the Frisco budget.
Any other questions for Tom or staff? Great, we'll close staff comments and move on to the consent agenda. Motion's been made and seconded to approve the consent agenda. Please call the question.
Pinko,
Yes.
Inkin,
Yes.
Aronson,
Yes.
check Adrian,
Yes.
Held,
Yes.
Ivy,
Yes.
and Allen.
Yes.
Great, the consent agenda's been moved and passed. With that, we'll move on to our first order of business, the first reading of ordinance 24-08, an ordinance amending the code of ordinance of the town of Frisco, Colorado by amending chapter 53 concerning alcoholic beverages by amending sections 53-7 concerning the town clerk's investigation of liquor license applications and by the addition of new subsection 53-9E, each concerning the removal of distance limitations between certain types of schools and liquor licensed facilities. That?
Thank you. As well. You have a memo in your packet from Stacy No, our town clerk, giving you some background on this. You will recall, maybe not the last, a couple of work sessions ago, there was discussion of this topic, and the topic being the fact that state law imposes a 500-foot distance requirement between any of the liquor license facilities that a local liquor license authority can approve, and public or private schools and campuses of universities. The state statutes are expressed, though, in saying that municipalities can, by local ordinance, change or eliminate, quote unquote, those distances. You were presented with information at the work session about other Colorado municipalities that have either eliminated completely or reduced those certain classes of licenses, the distance requirements that I'm talking about. We talked a little bit about the fact that when 40 some years ago, the town changed its code from 500 feet to 250 feet. We talked a little bit about changes in societal norms around the sale of alcohol. We talked a little bit about changes in enforcement and how much more rigorous enforcement is now with respect to sale of alcohol to minors than it was back in the day, so to speak. And as a result of all of that, the council direction was to bring an ordinance back that would completely eliminate these distance requirements. That elimination requires tweak to one code section and the addition of another code section. And with that, and once this ordinance is approved on second reading, there would no longer be that distance limitation effective within the town of Frisco. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Gotcha. Thanks, Thad. Sure. Any questions for Thad? All right, thanks, Thad. Thanks for the information. With that, I would,
We actually do need,
entertain a motion.
we do need to actually
Oh,
open the floor
we gotta
for
go to
public
public
comment. I
comment.
apologize. I forgot to write that on your script.
That's okay. So let's go to public comment.
And we're showing none in the room and none online.
Great, no public comments. Council comments? No council comments? Now I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to move to approve the first reading of ordinance 24-08. Do we have to do it all? Okay,
We're good.
thank you.
Thank you.
Motion's been made and second to approve the ordinance as explained and read. Please call the question.
Inkin,
Yes.
Aronson,
Yes.
Scripcheck, Adrian,
Yes.
Held,
Yes.
Kibbe,
Yes.
Allen,
Yes.
and Holenko.
Yes.
Great. With that, that is our only item on the agenda for this evening. So I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
We are adjourned.